She was always pushing. She was always on the back. She never got on it.
You can fix the TV.
She doesn't even, oh no, she wasn't.
Jack,
Jack says we're live.
this isn't on now.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
ready? All right, so I'm ready. We just
Keep it a little closer. It's so good. Just like. See you. Right? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. State board members and I are ready to call the meeting to order. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meeting of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the State Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Department of Education, Secretary of State's office, and notice has been given to the State House Press Corps, the Governor's Office, and the State Board Agenda subscribers. And as a quorum is present, this meeting shall now come to order. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Beth Berry. Who seconded it? Thank you. I thought I heard a second from Ms. Pena. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. And now I would like to adjourn into executive session, whereas in order to protect the personal privacy and to avoid situations wherein the public interest might be disturbed, the Open Public Meetings Act permits public bodies to exclude the public from that portion of a meeting at which certain matters are discussed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that consistent with the provision of NJSA 10:4-12B, the State Board of Education will now adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel and legal matters. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Bennett. I appreciate it. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mary Beth Berry. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I take it no one's opposed, but anyone opposed? Looking at my board members, okay, well now, motion carries and we'll move into executive session. We will be back by 10 a.m. Thank you very, very much. Everyone. So I'd like to adjourn from executive session, whereas consistent with the provision of NJSA 10:4-12B, the state board will now adjourn from executive session to resume the open session of this meeting. May I please have a motion? Who set it on fire? Fatima Burnham Watkins. Thank you so much. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jack Fenaro. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Very good. So I'd like to also please ask Board Member Jeanette Pena to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance for the board and for the public. Thank you. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic on which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
So welcome back and thank you for joining us today. For those of you that are here in person, those of you who are online, we really appreciate your participation. It's wonderful to have all of you present. I would like to officially welcome to our state board meeting, Mr. Kevin Damer to my left. He is the acting commissioner and acting secretary of the State Board of Education. Congratulations, Mr. Damer. We are so grateful and thankful for your dedicated public service, and we greatly look forward to working together. So thank you. As the state board meetings are accessible to the public for viewing on the YouTube channel, I would like to advise that YouTube provides readily accessible language translation options and with closed captioning. If you're viewing the simulcast currently, you can use the settings option in YouTube for information about subtitles, automatic translations, and closed captioning in multiple languages. I'd like to begin by asking the board members to vote on the minutes from our February 7th board meeting that we had. If you were not present, please abstain from the vote. May I have a motion to accept the minutes, please? Thank you. I believe Mary Bennett was first, and I believe Mary Berry was seconding that for us. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? Dr. Ricca? Okay, moving forward. Public testimony. The board is not scheduled to receive public testimony today as there are no topics scheduled. For the month of April, the State Board of Education will receive public testimony on the draft religious holidays calendar resolutions for 2024-2025 and the proposed readoption with amendments to Chapter 22 regarding student residency. And now I'd like to our student representative. There you are. Thank you. I'd like to please introduce Miss Nilly Ghosh. If you would please come up and speak. She is a junior at West Windsor Plainsboro High School North in Mercer County. Nilly's accompanied today, I believe Matt Gore is here. Matt, if you'll stand, and we can thank you for being her advisor. Thank you. Mr. Gore, welcome. And I understand that you have some remarks that you would like to share, and we're ready when you are to please accept your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, President Goldenberg, and good morning, everyone. Charity work and public service are two of my core beliefs. Growing up, whenever there were clothing drives or food drives at school, I was sure to participate. Continuing my passion into high school, I joined service-oriented clubs such as Key Club and Homefront Club. I'm proud to say that the New Jersey Association of Student Councils, NJASC, shares these values. Based on research collected by the executive member of Charity, a member on the officer board, Each year's officer board chooses a charity for NJASC to partner with. The 2023 NJASC state charity was the Hugs for Brady Foundation. Though I have spoken about them before, I would like to quickly acknowledge them and their cause once again. The Hugs for Brady Foundation is dedicated to helping children with childhood cancers and supporting them in any and every way possible. All NJASC member schools are encouraged to donate to the state charity through fundraisers hosted by their respective student councils. At NJASC's annual Spring Awards ceremony, schools that make significant donations are recognized and awarded a plaque. The charity is then presented with the ceremonial check stating the total funds raised by NJASC and its member schools. To offer a glimpse into the ongoing efforts of NJASC member schools towards this cause, I reached out to my fellow state officers and would like to showcase several of their schools' fundraisers today. The 2023 NJASC Executive Member of Charity, Dart Siddons, a senior at Hillside High School, has organized several fundraising events. First, they had a wing-off, where teachers cooked wings and students and staff paid to eat and judge their wings. Then they were able to rank and decide on the best wings in the school. They also sold sides and dessert to help bring in extra revenue. Another event they had was Dress Down Day. Hillside students usually must adhere to a school uniform, but with this fundraiser, students were able to pay to dress down for a day. Finally, they hosted a guess how much candy is in the bucket challenge, where students paid a small fee to guess the number of candies in a bucket, and the student who guessed the correct number or closest to it was awarded. Through these efforts, the Hillside High School Student Council was able to raise over $500. The 2023 NJASC president, Jordan Doty, a senior at Kennelon High School, is currently planning a 3v3 basketball tournament, which will be held later in March and is open to students across all grades. So far, through signups, the Kennelon High School Student Council has been able to raise over $1,000. The 2023 NJASC Vice President, Alina Chen, a senior at East Brunswick High School, recently hosted a Valentine's Day Candygram fundraiser. Students purchased candygrams to be delivered to their friends or loved ones during homeroom on Valentine's Day. Through this endeavor, the East Brunswick High School Student Council raised close to $650. As I mentioned in my report last month, at my school, West Windsor Plainsboro High School North, we host an annual talent show for seniors, the proceeds of which are donated to the state charity. This show, known as the Tonight Show, is beloved by our student body. Through ticket sales alone, we are able to garner a turnout of over 400 audience members and raise around $5,000. Our profits amount to an even larger sum with the addition of concession sales. Once again, I want to impress the immeasurable value of charity. I'm grateful to have such a crucial principle instilled in me at a relatively early age in life, and I'm also grateful to be able to spread this value to my fellow student leaders. I find myself looking forward to Spring Awards, which will be taking place on Wednesday, May 29th, 2024, and celebrating the contributions of other schools, the Hugs for Brady Foundation, and the announcement of the 2024 state charity. Thank you.
It's very impressive, and I'm thrilled to see it goes to children who need help with funding for their medical treatments. We thank you. I see Mary Berry has.
And I always appreciate your report. I'll talk about it. Thank you very much. I love that student council understands the importance of community service. I think it's one of the greatest things we can teach our young people be involved. So as part of your student council, your individual school, do you have a community service requirement? Is every student part before they graduate responsible for doing a certain number of community service hours?
At my school, I know that there is no graduation requirement for service, but I know that there are schools that have that, and there's different benefits, and there's the argument about it being disadvantageous if people think it's an obligation, but yeah, unfortunately not at our school.
I'm one of those people that I love that it's great to give up your heart, but I also think sometimes, and I'm wondering if in student council you could maybe work on it, that there's some kids that never take advantage of that. How, as student council, can you think outside the box and say, you look around, it's probably a lot of the same kids involved, right? How are you trickling that down and getting other kids in your school involved so that they get the benefit of how great it's kind of almost contagious? Once you start being thinking of others and community service, it grows some. So is that something that student council is trying to address more and make sure that we're making it really available to all students?
I think that's definitely an ongoing effort that's worth, investing time and ideas towards. I will say one thing we're working towards is eliminating the idea that student council should be exclusive, that it should just be, this number of elite members. We really, at our school, are working to spread the idea that any member of the student body can be a member of the student council. And maybe in that spirit, we can also spread the idea of what student council does, of service, of, community service, charity, those things.
Good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, did you want to? This one works if you need.
Thank you so much. It's always, I've said this every time. It's always so important to hear student voice, but also just for everybody to hear like what you're doing on your own. So this isn't a forced thing. You're doing these things to benefit other people, and we don't hear about that enough. I think we can all learn from that. And so every day we should learn from young people and how we can better ourselves and how we can spend our time and think about, how we emphasize the work that we can do to support others. So thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
Okay. And I would like to thank you very much for that. And we can go ahead and talk about our policy committee meeting through our chairperson, Ms. Elaine Bobgrove, please.
Good morning. Over the last few months, we have been meeting regularly to discuss the Chapter 23A, which is fiscal accountability, with subchapter 18 for the second discussion rule text. I'm going to talk about the last meeting because it sort of sums up what we have been doing. We met on February 23rd, and there were members of the department that were there with us, as well as members of the Board of Ed. The policy committee, as I said, met on February 23rd, 2024, to discuss the readoption with amendments of the second half of Chapter 23A, Fiscal Accountability, Efficiency and Budgeting Procedures. During the meeting, Acting Commissioner Damer informed the committee that he determined that removing all amendments proposed to subchapter 18 was the best way to proceed with the readoption of subchapters 16 to 22 for Chapter 23A. The committee wholeheartedly supported the acting commissioner's decision and his suggestion to move forward at proposal level for today's meeting. I look forward to additional discussion on this issue during the meeting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we haven't had other committee meetings. Correct. So now we'll go ahead with the commissioner's report, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is an exciting day. I get to welcome my good friend Superintendent Katrina McCombs from Camden School District and report on the progress and the plan to continue to move the district forward. Superintendent McCombs is joined by interim school business official Dr. Kelvin Smith. Superintendent McCombs, I understand you have some other introductions you'd like to make before the presentation.
Morning. Make sure you can hear me. All right, excellent. So good morning, esteemed President Goldenberg, members of the State Board of Education, of course, again, Acting Commissioner Damer, all members of the staff and the greater community of New Jersey who are present. Thank you for allowing me the space, Acting Commissioner Damer, to introduce a few of the individuals who've come with me this morning. And so I would ask the individuals just to stand and wave when I introduce you so that everyone could recognize you. So again, as was shared, we have our interim business administrator, Dr. Kelvin Smith, Ms. Samantha Price, our general counsel and acting chief of staff, Dr. Dana Walker, assistant superintendent of schools, Christy Weitzel, assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction, Teresa Reese, chief talent officer, Sheena Yera, senior director of communications and engagement, Sheree Perry, deputy chief of staff for equity and engagement, and Mr. Brian Gregg, Senior Director of Student Engagement and Board Relations. I'm also very grateful to have the presence of the following advisory board members from the Camden City School District. Mr. Nanamdi Nelson, our Vice President, Ms. Naima Gillespie, board member, as well as, I'm not sure if she arrived yet, I didn't look behind me, so if she's here, Ms. Karen Merricks. If not, Ms. Karen Merricks was on her way. So we are just grateful to have everyone present today. Should we continue with the rest? Okay, great. So again, we want to move to the first slide. We can go to the next slide. And the next slide shows our district vision and highlights. Again, you can see our beautiful young people, their faces. And the vision of the Camden City School District remains that all Camden City School District students will attend a high quality school where they are valued, welcomed, challenged, and prepared to positively impact their community and the world. The vision of the Camden City School District does embody our organization's collective goal and commitment to the children and families of Camden City. It is the cohesive gel which anchors our actions, our goals, and strategies, all aimed at providing each student with a quality education. The next slide just lists for you the agenda, and there are a few items that are very important to provide an update on. And so we will begin by discussing our New Jersey CUSAC results and history, fiscal updates, transportation, facilities, and our new exciting Eastside High School project update, career technical education, instruction and programming, student engagement initiatives, and staffing and recruitment. And so we'll do that concisely. And so on the next slide, that addresses CUSAC, you can advance to the next slide. This slide reflects the district's recent CUSAC results from the October 2023 interim review. Although we anticipate improved results after the full triennial review, these gains are consistent with the district's overall improvement in CUSAC scores over the past several years. We look forward to our full review in April of this year. And the next slide, the purpose of this slide is just to provide an historical context to where the district has been since state intervention when it comes to our CUSAC scores. And so as I look at each of the areas, I just want to quickly walk through and highlight some information for you as we look forward to working with the department and the state board on returning some component areas to local control when it is time and hopefully in the near future. So with regard to instruction and programming, As depicted, the district scores in instruction and programming started at 9%, 9% in 2011-12, and is currently at 61%. We have not arrived. The district has gained all the points available in instruction and programming, with the exception of the movement seen through achievement scores. So once we are able to realize more movement and more not only growth, but proficiency and achievement, then that score of 61% will rise. We know that prior to COVID, we were making steady gains in the district. In the areas of ELA and mathematics, students spent a year learning remotely, as you are well aware, and we experienced a dip in our achievement scores. As we return to full in-person instruction, we experienced challenges with student attendance and teacher vacancies. Some vacancies existed for an entire school year, which led to fragmented instruction in some areas. However, we continue to implement targeted instruction to increase student achievement through small group, skills-based instruction. We did also receive the grant from the New Jersey Department of Education for high impact tutoring, and we are strategically utilizing that grant to focus in on those students who were furthest behind, and accelerated English and mathematics courses in high school. When we moved to fiscal management, prior to state intervention, the district had a fiscal monitor and scored 79 in fiscal. Once that monitor was no longer in place, the scores in fiscal decreased to a low of 34 in school year 17-18. However, I am pleased to report that over the past 4 years, the district has improved its standing in QSAC in the area of fiscal to a current district high of 87. We have not arrived. We look forward to this score improving as we make facility improvements to meet 100% of the items on the annual facilities checklist. In the area of governance, at the time of state intervention, the district scored 33 in governance. I am pleased to report that over the past 5 years, and after some fluctuation, the district has stabilized and improved its standing in governance to a current district high of 94. We look forward to gaining the full 100 points in the current review cycle by ensuring our minutes are in a fully compliant format. In the area of operations, at the time of state intervention, the district scored 47 in operations. And although the district's current score is 75, we look forward to gaining the full 100 points in April and have already begun to ensure submission of data collection applications via the department's website by the established deadlines, as well as annual public reporting at advisory board meetings twice a year of any incidents of violence, vandalism, substance abuse, and harassment and intimidation and bullying. And we have already begun to do that, and it will be reflected in the score as we move forward. In the area of personnel, at the time of state intervention, the district scored 19 in personnel. I am pleased to report that over the past 5 years, the district has maintained a passing QSAC score of 80, with the latest score being 81. We have not arrived. We look forward to gaining the full 100 points in personnel by ensuring that the areas that have been outlined by our interaction with the county are in place, and we are looking forward to our review in April.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Could we
yes.
ask questions if we have? at this point?
Absolutely.
I
I
think,
take your guidance. Sure.
does anyone have any questions at this point? Hearing none, please continue.
No problem, and thank you.
Thank
Just,
you.
I will pause. So
No,
I
no.
want to make sure
Take a
I
breath.
get through
It's all good.
everything. Thank you
Thank
so much, President Goldenberger. And so if we move along in the next section, you'll have a more in-depth view into some of the areas that have been discussed. If you noticed, I kept saying we have not arrived, because we have not arrived, but we have made progress. And I want to honestly share that progress with you. So I move forward in the fiscal update to provide, in addition to the progress the district has made, in QSAC, we have made incredible improvements in the management of the district's finances, specifically over the past 5 years. We go to the next slide. It highlights the audit results and the changes that have occurred. So as you can see by this graph, the district had a high of 27 audit findings in fiscal year 17. However, since then, we have steadily reduced the number of audit findings to a low of 3 for fiscal year 23. We have not arrived. More specifically, as a result of continuously improving our fiscal operations and internal controls, the fiscal year 22 audit highlights include that there were 4 findings from fiscal year 21 that were cleared, 5 findings from fiscal year 21 remained, and 1 new finding resulted. And then in fiscal 2023, our most recent audit, the highlights include 4 findings from fiscal year 22 being cleared, 1 finding from fiscal year 22 that remained, so 1 repeat finding, and then 2 new findings in fiscal year 23. And working with our interim business administrator who has come in with fresh eyes, he's already been able to develop a corrective action plan that will ensure that the 3 areas that we did not achieve where we wanted to in this audit analysis, that we are set up to ensure that the structures and the systems are in place in order to sustain the effort. So we want to sustain the improvements, but also make sure that we capture every gain in the area of audits. And okay, great. And so the next slide, this graph is very important as well. As you can see in this graph, just over half of the district's fiscal year 23 budget immediately went out to charter and Renaissance schools for tuition. The annual fluctuation and unpredictability in the amount of tuition from year to year makes it difficult for the district to plan or sustain longer-term projects. The next largest expenditure category is support services, which largely represents personnel costs and health benefits. So this slide just gives a graphic pictorial of where the money flows in the district and where it is designated. Next slide. And the next slide on the heels of this slide, which is a driver when we discuss enrollment and budget. As you can see by this graphic, district enrollment is approximately 38%, with Renaissance schools now serving the largest percentage of the students in Camden City at 41.3%, and charter school enrollment has decreased to almost 21% of the student population. There is no annual limit on the number of students that can enroll in a Renaissance school, and as more and more students from traditional, district, and charter schools enroll in a Renaissance school, the budgetary impact to the district becomes difficult to manage. For fiscal year 25, the tuition cost for Renaissance students increased, my apologies, by $34 million from last year. Although the district received an additional $14 million in state aid for fiscal year 25, this increase is not sufficient to cover the increase in tuition to charter and Renaissance schools. Although the district will continue to dedicate resources to maintain and increase our enrollment, such fluctuations in tuition amounts from year to year are not sustainable. One potential solution would be to establish some sort of stabilization aid or guidance that would protect the traditional school district from budgetary shortfalls tied to enrollment shifts. Absolutely.
I recognize that just 50% of your budget is going to Renaissance and charter schools.
Yeah.
You still have to keep your doors open on all the other schools. Am I correct then?
That's correct.
And over the years, you're still carrying a lot of those old school facilities.
Yes.
Has there been any additional funding that you or the district received to help relieve some of that burden to you or the district?
No additional funding that helps to alleviate the instability. So I think the concern is, and I hope I'm answering your question. If not,
Yeah.
please drill down for me. Although, for instance, we've received an increase in state aid of $14 million over last year, unfortunately, because of the shifts in enrollment, and especially not only for Does it impact traditional public schools, but also charter school enrollment? Charter school is at the lowest enrollment at 21%. But 95% of the per pupil cost for Renaissance schools goes with the students. And so even there is not like a way to consistently adjust for those enrollment fluctuations, which impact student aid, which impact our ability to, have the budget funding necessary.
Yeah, so most of the funding lines are for student enrollment. So I'm just curious to see how you're carrying the cost to maintain all of your facilities. And I'm assuming that you kept many of them open
Sure.
because you're serving students within neighborhoods.
Yes. Yes. So what we have done is from our ARP ESSER funding, any costs that were allowable that could help to support the general fund budget, we were able to work very collaboratively in order to figure out what those areas are. We work with our highly skilled professional, Mr. Mike Azara from the state, as well as the Department of Ed, just to get guidance on what we needed to do to stay afloat. So with those ARP ESSER funds, we were able to stay afloat. But of course, we all know, and we're not the only district, we just experienced it differently because it's a little bit more complex in Camden with 3 school types. But as that ARP ESSER funding is up, and we know that is in September, that is what we are very much concerned about, the future, long-term future planning of the district. So we've been able to stop gap and make sure everything was moving smoothly. And so it is, as we prepare for the next budget, that we have some serious considerations.
So fluctuations that you're referring to in the enrollment in the 3 areas, so to speak. Where is that listed here? Because I'm just curious.
So sure. So on the slide now that is up, there's a pie graph. And what it shows is for you, it shows the enrollment for the traditional public schools, charter schools, and Renaissance schools.
Right.
So that fluctuation,
What was it? I mean, if it's fluctuating 5% deviation, 20%, I just don't have a clue
gotcha.
on the fluctuation amount that we're discussing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so at the time of state intervention, there were 26,000 students in the city of Camden. Currently, 6,000 of those students reside in our traditional public schools. That's a long-term view. So year over year, there's been a decrease in students in the traditional schools going to Renaissance. We can certainly, though, provide specific enrollment numbers for the board through Commissioner Damer that would speak more substantively to the exact numbers in fluctuation.
Do this, I'm sorry. Andy has a question for you. Vice President Mulvihill?
Yes, I know that you have a very difficult challenge down there, and it sounds like you've made a lot of progress. Unfortunately, the test scores are still pretty tough. The standardized test scores. I know that's not the only thing to judge a school by, but it's an important thing. Could you speak to, what the test scores actually are? I mean, I think we recently we were seeing the reading scores in 3rd grade. I think they were in the 10% range. What are you guys doing to try to get out from under that? I mean, I know it's really, really hard. Love to hear you speak about that.
Absolutely. So we have that in the presentation. I can jump there now, or we can, wait until. So it will be addressed.
Yeah, fine. I'll let you get there. Let me ask you this. So if you're losing enrollment, I imagine some of your operating costs, I know you have fixed costs like bonds. You can't not pay a bond that you floated to pay for a school that you built, but you do have certain non-fixed costs that you can reduce your costs if you're going to have less people to serve. So you must be able to do some of that. And what about actually closing some facilities? And I know that can be a very controversial thing, but have you done that? Have you closed any schools with a shrinking enrollment?
Yes. So I can address that. We have
Go ahead.
We have closed schools in the past. So prior to the pandemic, we as a district went through a very painful school closure process about 4 to 5 years ago, where we actually closed several buildings, and it was very, very painful. It was very, very difficult for our community, but we did it because we, again, to your point, Board Member Moval, we knew that we had to make some serious cuts in order to keep the district sustainable. I do not believe, based on my experience in the district over these past 5 years in this role, as well as my overall 30 years in the district and also growing up in some of the schools that were closed, I do not believe that closing the schools will be the issue, because right now we are actually efficiently running our schools. So prior, we may have had many under-enrolled schools, but we were able to close schools, consolidate, and bus students so that we are able to run more efficiently and more effectively. So the idea to close even more schools would not, in my humble opinion, would not serve those families who have decided, those 6,000 students who've decided to stay in the traditional public school district, because that is their choice. I'm a firm believer that parents should have the right to choose where they want to have their students educated. And I think taking one choice away that works for 6,000 plus students would not be fair and equitable across the board. But I certainly do understand the heart of your question.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe Dr. Johnson has did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want
Sorry.
to address part of the question I believe that was asked. And that is that as you reduce students in the population, you still have a situation, as an example, if you have a classroom that's 20 students and you reduce it down to 15, you still, relatively speaking, you still have to provide the same supplies. You still have to provide the same heat, the same electric. So you really can't reduce that cost because same staff. If you're teaching 15 students versus 20 students, you can't get rid of the teacher because now you only have 15 students. So the cost is not absorbed to the extent where it's decreasing. In most cases, it's maintaining itself. And that's just in the general population. It works the same way for the special education population. So even though I can understand where you would think that from a logical perspective, but it doesn't necessarily pan out that way, because you still have to provide that education, whether it's 10 students or 20 students, and as well as the teachers, the salaries, and the benefits that's all associated with that. And as one of our screens is one of our charts have shown, the cost for benefits and salaries usually makes up, in most cases, 70% of the budget, but now it's been offset now even a little bit less because you got more costs that are coming in from the Renaissance and the charter schools. Okay. Thank you.
I believe Dr. Johnson has a comment or question.
Combination of the two. Superintendent McCombs, thanks for coming. Actually, I was in Camden City yesterday, and as I traveled through the city, my question is going to be, how do you handle the expectation? As I entered and proceeded towards my destination, I went past the Castle on the Hill, the brand new Camden High School. I rode past the really nice Dudley School. And then my destination was actually the Dr. Davis School. And so those three schools represent the epitome of inequity, right? When you look at the age of Dr. Davis School, how do you actually manage those expectations with the community? And I know you have a slide coming up talking about what you're doing over at the
East side.
the old east side.
The old Woodrow Wilson High School. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Yes.
So I was there yesterday, and it was really, this was planned a long time ago with Rowan, and
Yes.
so to have you here today and hearing this, it kind of really puts into action like what it is I physically saw that facility. It's 3 stories high. It's an aging building. It was 60 degrees yesterday and it was like 80 degrees in the building because I don't know if they had access to, controlling the heat. So how do you balance and juggle those things with the students and the community and the staff?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Board Member Johnson, for that question. So you're right. There exists an amount of inequity when it comes to the schools that are within our traditional public school district. I don't think that's very different from many urban areas where there are schools that have been in existence for a long time, and also some suburban areas. And we know that because of deferred maintenance over many years, unfortunately, money was not infused into schools in the traditional public school sector in Camden. And so what we have tried to do with the ARP ESSER funding is to address some of those inequities that exist within the traditional school district. So, when you're comparing Camden High, brand new building, Davis School, which is over 100 years old, and Dudley, which is about 20 years old or so, there's an inequity, but we do our best to support the funding of projects that will make the environment one that is conducive for all of our young people and our staff members. And we are still continuing to work in those areas, specifically at Davis School and Yorkshire School, which is another older school. But we are very grateful for the prospect of a new Eastside High School, which that building is just about the same age or if not older than Davis School, over 100 years old. It will provide those high school students who are on the east side of town that equity within the city. So we build equity every opportunity we can with every resource that we can that we're provided. We utilize it to build that equity, but we know that that does not always address all of the areas of difference. But thank you for your question. Shall I continue? Okay, great. And so as we talk about funding, one of the bright spots is that the district has been able to realize savings when it comes to transportation. So if you go to, that slide, one area the district has been able to realize over $4 million of savings from fiscal year 23 is in the area of transportation. As we as a district were able to develop our own bus fleet. We really struggled during the pandemic, not unlike many other districts, with having enough bus drivers, having enough buses available. And so we were able to work very closely with the county office, very closely with the DOE in order to really strategize and figure out how we could reduce our costs for transportation, but also how we could build a training program for residents of Camden so that they would be able to become bus drivers. And so we have been able to do that. And one of the slide depicts one of our bus drivers who actually is a graduate of a school in Camden who was able to earn and learn and get support for earning their licensure, their CDL, to enable him to drive buses. So factors that contributed to the reduction in cost include lowering the number of routes by 12 by combining schools to get maximum density on routes. So just being more efficient, starting the bidding process earlier in the spring to attract a larger pool of respondents. That was very helpful. And finally, just having more cost-efficient bids and lower per diem costs on outsourced routes. So that savings was realized, and we continue to try to find those pockets of savings as we address any budgetary concerns.
What is the, so you saved 4.35 million in these changes?
Yes.
And what is the total cost now?
So we were able to save 4.35 million. I can get you the total cost of the number for transportation. And provide that for you. I can share with you that most of our costs toward transportation were being paid to the Camden County Ed Services Commission in order to, or other bus vendors in order to move that forward. So I can get that exact number for you.
Thank you.
No
Big
problem.
savings.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Big savings.
Absolutely. And so moving on the heels of Board Member Johnson's no problem.
Please continue with your questions. Thank you.
Sorry. So it was just a question that came to mind looking at that, because transportation costs can be significant. How many of your students attend their home school so that they can, yeah, thank
So
you.
they can walk. So most of our students in the traditional public school district are walkers and they live in the neighborhood. Them do. We have about over about 100 students who are special needs who need to be bused door to door. And, you know, we understand that's embedded in their IEP. But in addition, as a school district, we also have to provide transportation. We are bound by law to our charter and Renaissance partners. So not only are we concerned about making sure that our district students are transported safely. We're also very concerned to make sure that all students across the city are transported to and from their destinations safely. So when you look at the district as a microcosm, it's about 100 students, as I said, who are transported for special needs. And then we do have some courtesy busing because we had to close schools. So we had to provide shuttle busing because now we're not always in a neighborhood situation. So that's where we are now, doing
So
that
is-
balancing act.
So is this, can you give a roundabout estimate? How much of this 4.5 million, does it go to charter and Renaissance schools as opposed to remaining within Camden City public schools? If you can't, that's your period.
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to speak with the transportation coordinator before coming here today. And he indicated that it's over 50% that we're transporting now to the charter and the Renaissance schools. All right, you're welcome.
But the savings.
That's the amount they're saving. We don't know how much they're spending on that. But
Right. But we can certainly get that information and bring it back to you. Okay.
Okay, so on the heels of Board Member Johnson's comments with regard to facilities, just want to give a bright spot, an update with regard to the Eastside High School project update. We're very excited to be able to again offer equity in facilities for our students who live on the east side of Camden. And as many of you are already aware, the construction planning is underway. So we will move to the next slide, which just gives a high level overview of where we are in that planning phase. So based on this slide, we are currently in phase 2 of the construction planning process. The SDA has named DIG Architects as the contracted architect for the project, and this is the same firm who designed the Camden High campus. SDA, DIG, and the district convened a new Eastside High School working group, which meets every 3 weeks to discuss the design of the building. So it's a collaborative and very inclusive process. And we look forward to having more community involvement as we reached the milestones where that would be applicable. So the 4 committees that the district has convened are instruction and programming, actually 5, instruction and programming, student supports, facilities and operations, athletic programming, stakeholder engagement, and communications. And we look forward to continuing our collaborative partnership with SDA and the department to deliver a new and much needed Eastside High School. The next slide shows a little bit more detail on the programming priorities for the new Eastside High School. And so again, you can see we're proposing about 200,000+ square feet. So we're really looking forward to build this out in a way that's going to continue to engage our students and make sure that they are excited about not only entering high school, but also graduating on time with their cohort, which would help to increase our graduation rate. So again, we're excited about the new high school and that it will offer expanded opportunities for career and technical education, focused curriculum with the inclusion of several cutting-edge career and technical education spaces. Our vision is to provide students with practical skills and hands-on experiences that prepare them for success in the workforce. To support this initiative, the new school will be equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and resources tailored to CTE programs. This includes specialized classrooms, workshops, and labs dedicated to fields such as technology, engineering, healthcare, and more. Our students will have the opportunity to engage in these real-world projects and gain valuable experience in their chosen career path. So we look forward to sharing more with you. Yes, Mike.
Good morning.
Yes.
So with the plan and the building of the new East Side High School,
Yes.
how will that affect Davis, the older building? Do you expect to keep Davis in operation or do you expect students to come over?
So for Eastside High School, Eastside High School is where those students are currently housed.
Oh, okay.
Which is in the neighborhood of Davis. So it's in the same east side of Camden area. But we are working right now on finalizing swing space plans in order to be able to house our students for the next 3 to 5 years in a space that would be conducive to their learning. And so as soon as those plans are finalized, we will then announce those to the community and begin to work with our families so that they are aware of what will happen.
What's the date?
Yeah, no, it's okay. The anticipated date is 2029. That's the date that we've been given. So that's a 5-year, build out. And so, yeah, so the swing space location will be able to house the students and provide them with the programs.
Do you have any concerns that because the young people will be displaced while their new building is under construction, that could lead to more bleed to either charter or Renaissance?
With effective communication and with the excitement that's been garnered around the new Eastside High School, as well as what we were able to see when our new Camden High School was built, most of the, we hope to and expect to retain most of that enrollment. The reason I say that is since we've announced that there will be a new Eastside High School in 5 years, our enrollment at Eastside High School has already started to increase. So we're seeing that because of the excitement. And again, we have Camden High School that was built. So on the east side of town, it's like, okay, it's my turn. So families are excited there and they want their students to be enrolled in a school that will ultimately be a new school. So no problem. Thank you for that question.
Can I ask a question? The CTE programs, are they academy programs or shared time programs that you're housing?
So there are shared time programs, the CTE program offerings that we have now.
Will other high schools be able to access it? Is the idea that one particular school could specialize having the best state-of-the-art equipment so that you would be going between schools? Is that in the works?
So we're not opposed to that planning at all. Currently, on the Camden High campus, we actually have 3 magnet high schools and 1 comprehensive high school housed under the Camden High School campus, on the campus. And currently, right now, we have students who are able to, for instance, if they are a student at Brim Medical Arts, they're able to also take CTE offerings. So there are different high schools that will be able to benefit. I think I'm answering your question. We'll be able to benefit.
Exactly what I'm.
And we want to frame it in such a way because we want to just make sure the students are engaged in those areas that they find exciting so that they stay engaged in their learning.
Okay, great.
Yes, you're welcome.
That new high school will be finished.
In September 2029 is the date that we've been provided. Hopefully sooner, but that's the longer.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so that,
Go ahead, please.
that moves us right into the next portion of the presentation, which focuses a little bit more on career technical education. So you can move to the next slide, and this next slide actually kind of highlights the critical information I want to share. So in January 2020, there was only 1 approved CTE program in the Camden City School District. To date, we have 12 approved CTE programs. And although we hope to further expand upon these offerings, I'd like to highlight a couple of the programs that you might find interesting. So we do have that number of 12: CAD, automotive, dance, business entrepreneurship, graphic arts, general education, general engineering, Cisco, construction trades, business entrepreneurship, allied health, criminal justice, and TV and radio production. We do want to highlight that with regard to the district's pharmacy tech program, seniors in our allied health program are able to enroll in and have enrolled for the 2nd year in a row in a pharmacy tech certification program through Camden County College. Classes are held at Brim Medical Arts High School, which is on the Camden High campus. And after successful completion of the program and a passing score on the final assessment, students can earn a state pharmacy technician certification. So we had students earn them last year, and this year we're continuing, and we hope to continue to scale up so that more and more students have that option. This is the first pharmacy tech program in the state for high school students. So we are very pleased and excited to be able to support that initiative. Also, just one other highlight of the many offerings, we have a patient care technician program that we've started, and currently 7 district students are enrolled in a patient care tech program with Rowan College of South Jersey. They will have the opportunity to earn their phlebotomy certification, EKG certification, CPR certification, and patient care tech certification. Students start clinical rotations at Cooper University Hospital on March 26th. So we are really trying to ensure that as our students are educated, that they have options if they want to go to college and they need to pay for it themselves and finance it. We're providing them before they even graduate high school with some pathways. We want to scale up, of course, but we want to make sure the foundation is strong. And as we build those partnerships with those entities that are listed on the slide, their logos, it will help us. And finally, our EMT program, the district has 9 students enrolled in an EMT program at Virtual Hospital. At the completion of the program, the students will have the opportunity to earn their national EMT certifications. And this is an awesome point. The students recently passed their assessments in treating patients with spinal injuries and mastering the correct procedure for eye irrigation. So again, we're giving students those hands-on tools that are needed. And next slide. Oh,
If I
yes.
could just ask, because we
Absolutely.
had the fortunate opportunity to visit some CTE programs. Are these paid situations for the students, or strictly are they visiting and they're there several hours a day and they're getting the certifications? How is this handled?
That's a great question. So specifically, as an example, with our pharmacy tech program, once the students earn their certification, they are able to get a small payment in their after school hours that they work in a local pharmacy. So right now they partner with Bell Rexall Pharmacy, which is not very far from the high school. And so they are able to earn a small stipend for that.
It's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, I have a question. So are you able to accommodate all students that are interested? You're interested in the pharmacy program. Is every seat, are you able to make sure that if a kid has an interest in there, they're getting in that class, or is there a wait list?
So we don't have a wait list yet because we're building. And so most of these are piloted so that we take those students who are interested, and we have not maxed out. So we haven't had to have a waiting list yet, but I am anticipating in the future. That's why I said we want to scale up and work with our partners so that we can offer these opportunities to more students. Because right now we don't have a wait list, but I can see in the future, if we don't plan accordingly, that we would.
And what kind of work are you doing with your middle schoolers, letting them know the availability of some of these great programs? Kids don't necessarily know the options out there. How are you working to make sure that kids are making informed decisions about programs?
Absolutely.
And
So
parents.
absolutely. At our middle school population is an area that we have been targeting. So now that we have the foundations in place for the partnerships for CTE programs in high school, we have already started to work with our middle school. We have one standalone middle school, and then we also have middle school students in our K-8 facilities to expose them. So just recently, we had, last week, we had a series of fairs where students from our middle school grades were able to go to the high schools and visit some of these CTE pathways and just different high schools. Number one, to retain their enrollment in the district, but also number 2, to whet their appetite for what is there. So we are beginning to build out those programs in the middle school so that it will move forward to the high school, not only in our academic lanes, but also athletically as well, because we just want our students to see schools beginning in middle school as a place where they want to be, because we've seen that that's where we start to get that distraction.
And I did have one final question. So
Sure.
one of the things we talk about often in the board is how to bring in the best teachers. And so I see you have an education program as one of your CTE programs.
Yes.
What are you doing to help promote? Are they spending a lot of time talking about you know, the value of being a teacher and helping kids really understand that this is a viable career and to stay within, you know, within their area and become great teachers. How is that working?
Absolutely. So that's a great question. I have a daughter who just graduated from Rowan, who's in her first year teaching elementary school in a district, not Camden, another district. And also, we work very closely with Rowan University and Dean Gaetan John Marie and her staff in making sure that our students have time where they're interacting with student teachers, as well as making sure that our students who are on our general education CTE track have exposures and experiences throughout the district to help to give them the opportunity to work with our younger students as well. So we're trying to just surround them with positive examples of what it means to be a teacher, because we know that that's not always what they see, and what the benefits and the rewards are, even if they're not always financial, to being a teacher. We're hoping that establishing those connections with Rowan, establishing them, connecting with classrooms, with childcare, will help them to do just that. So we're still bridging, but we have begun to see lights, spark lights in our students to go into the field of education. Yeah. Sure.
It'd be great if you could establish a relationship that would lead to college credits as well, right? So
Yes.
they get earn college credits while they're in the program, certainly sure will help incentivize them to stay with the teaching field.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we do have some of that in place now with Rowan University, where the students are able to begin through dual enrollment to get some of that coursework. But we need to expand. We definitely expand the impact. President Goldenberg, should I continue or? Okay, great. Thank you very much for your questions. And I want to just, the next slides, I won't go into a lot of detail because we spent a lot of time already talking through some of these, but I just wanted you to see our students in action. So on the slide that's presented in front of you, this slide shows, it brings to life some of the things that I was talking a lot about, but you can see our students. So from Eastside High School, you see one of our students in the CAD program, Brim Medical Arts in the EMT training program, cosmetology, patient care tech, engineering program, and construction trade. And I want to highlight in the bottom left corner, Mr. Tom Levy, who's our director of career technical education for the district, actually allowed a student to draw blood from him as a part of the experiential process. I was there. I witnessed it all. We were there along with the one of the CTE individuals from the state, David. It was wonderful, but she was perfect. So again, it's making sure students have experiences where they are affirmed and they are getting the training that they need. And we're grateful that actually happened at Rowan College of South Jersey. So.
If I may just jump in and add, I just want to compliment the students. I was commenting to my colleague, Mary, I said the confidence. Just look at the pictures, the confidence that they're exuding. It's, you're doing something right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's why I wanted
There's one more question.
Sure, absolutely.
Sorry.
Go back
Board
to
member
the
Fernando.
East Side High School
Oh.
construction process.
Okay, yes. Mhm. Okay,
That's listed there.
yes. Yes.
You have listed the construction oversight. Is that oversight? What was it? Are you working with the State Department of Community Affairs with regard to the construction oversight? Or is it the local construction officials office that's doing the inspections? Is it the state that is approving the plans that are provided by the architect, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay.
Are you working, do you have someone responsible that's doing that oversight?
I can share
And
with
is
you.
it the state that's doing the inspections?
So when it comes to, so we're at the point of working with the architects through DIG, and we have meetings every 3 weeks. And on that team are representatives from the district, representatives from the SDA, as as well as representatives from DIG, and we have Camden County Improvement Authority, who are the individuals who are also helping us to make sure that as we're building the plans, that we have that type of oversight. So we're still working very closely with
Well,
SDA.
you've indicated that it's going to take until 2029.
That's the
Why
timeline we've
is
been
it
given.
taking so long?
I agree. I'm not sure, but that's the timeline that was provided. And again, we're at the preliminary stages, but that's the timeline that was
Who's
given.
giving you that information?
The
That
school,
it's going to take until 2029.
the SDA.
Who's telling you this?
The SDA, Schools Development Authority, my apologies. The Schools Development Authority sets up the timeline, and we're working with them collaboratively. So we know that with the Camden High build, there was a timeline of 3 to 5 years as well. The school was able to be built sooner. And so it didn't take all of that 5 years. But again, I think they provide that as just a safe estimate to make sure that everything is complete when it's turned over.
So the architectural plans are being approved, is what you're saying,
So we're
from your
developing
architect.
them now.
by the state. State is overseeing that?
Yeah.
Once again, and not the local construction official's office.
Right, because we're working in collaboration. So CCIA is working with us through that process just to make sure that we don't miss anything.
I find it unacceptable that it takes it's gonna take 2029 to complete. I don't know why the process is taking so long. You may want to find out why
Okay.
it is taking so long, unless there are problems that you're not being aware of.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Fernero. We agree because we want to get our students into a new facility as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah. Good luck. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Fernero. And then the next slide, we have just again, shows more images of our students involved in CTE. Wanted to go into an area, and on this slide that's actually right before you, again, we wanted to show you that across all 5 high schools in the district, there are opportunities for students to be engaged in CTE programming. So if we move to the instruction and programming portion, you can move to the next slide. Thank you. Here is where you will see our NJSLA performance analysis. And as Board Member Mulville stated, he stated some concern with regard to our scores. So I just want to share some more information with you. So I can share with confidence that pre-pandemic, we were making steady gains. Again, we had not arrived, but as a district and as the city of students in Camden were making gains. We were seeing a high percentage of students growing 1 to 3 grade levels in their reading assessments. After 2 years off from taking the NJSLA assessment and a year of learning in a fully remote setting, Camden students did lose a considerable amount of learning in both ELA and math. Since the pandemic, we know we have a lot of work to do to get where we were prior to the pandemic. However, based on initial analysis, and that's what I'm sharing with you now, the most recent NJSLA data from the 2022-23 school year shows a light of progress, encouraging hope. And hear me out when I say this. Camden students are starting to rebound, and this is Camden students across charter, Renaissance, and district schools. That's what you see here, are starting to rebound from pandemic lows, and citywide students are continuing to advance at a pace that nears the statewide average growth when we look at growth in math and exceeds the average growth in ELA. We continue working with schools to identify effective strategies to replicate and deploy citywide.
Such a great presentation, and then this slide is it's just devastating. So you've been forecasting a lot of things. You're doing great work. What's your forecast? What if I'm looking at this, when am I going to next year? Am I going to look at this slide? Where are you seeing? How long do you think it's going to take till we get to that 80%?
with the sustained funding streams and with the ability for us to continue to implement programs like the New Jersey Tutoring Corps, like those one-to-one high dosage tutoring opportunities with a sustained staff. And we know we're facing a national teacher shortage as well. But if all of those other pieces are in place, I believe that we can continue to move at this rate and hit a place where we can accelerate within the next 2 years. I want that to have happened yesterday. And I just want to be very fair and candid. And I know the accountability that exists. I don't shy away from it at all. Recovering from the pandemic has been challenging. And we know that. I'm not saying anything to you that you don't already know as a State Board of Education. But when you overlay poverty and when you overlay, and it's not an excuse because I was born in poverty as well, it's not an excuse. But when you overlay all of that and then have to rebound, we're rebounding in growth, but that growth is not translating yet into proficiency scores. So we need to keep pushing as we are with those small group instruction, with the exciting our students about getting involved in CTE pathways, et cetera, in order to make sure that they are engaged and coming to school every day so that the instruction that's being provided will actually benefit them. So again, in short, I would say, if everything is held steady, then we should be able to continue to go deeper with our instructional strategies and practices, which have been provided for you as well, so that over the next 2 to 3 years, we could see the rebound that we want to see. It could happen sooner than that. But I think it's just very, very important to understand that if we begin to take away those things that have started to show that small glimpse of hope, we're coming back from where we were. So pre-pandemic, we dipped and now we're coming back slowly. It's not fast enough. We're not accelerating fast enough. But if we remove any of those supports, it's not going to help our case. So, I know I gave you a little bit more there than you asked for, but I believe that in the next 2 to 3 years, if we can sustain what we're doing, our inputs, then we should see different outputs. Post-pandemic, keeping that in mind and not ignoring.
So can you talk to us a little bit about the high stakes tutoring, how that's going to work into what's going on?
Absolutely. So we were able to submit successfully a grant to the Department of Education and be one of the districts selected to implement high dosage tutoring. And we are working with the New Jersey Tutoring Corps. That's the vendor that we're working with. And so the Tutoring Corps is working along with our principal. We have selected the school that saw the biggest drop in achievement because there was not enough grant funding to do all of our schools. So we had to target who we wanted to select. So we did. We selected a school that has a high ELL population, high SPED population, and who had shown significant decreases from where they were prior to the pandemic. And so we are looking forward to working with them. They will work with our team and bring in tutors to work one-on-one on specific skills after the assessment is completed through iReady to identify those areas in math and ELA where the students are in deficit, and then focus specifically on those skills to try to build them up so that they're able to move forward. It helps with differentiation to have those smaller groups, but the individual high dosage tutoring is what we believe will provide the greatest impact, because we'll be able to really help to bring students from where they are individually to grow them and stretch them as far as we possibly can. So that's how we're implementing the tutoring. And so we are just beginning to get that underway because now everything has been approved, released, so we can move that forward.
How many students will take part in them?
So our Veterans Memorial Middle School is a school that's been identified, and we have about 500 students in that building. So that
And
will
they'll all take part in the high impact.
Yes, so in a rotational.
So I'm gonna preach a little and then I'm gonna ask a question. But when I worked in K-12, my last job, I was assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction. And one of the things that we really focused on was having a mindset of looking at success beyond just test scores. I have the privilege, because I live in South Jersey and I work for Rowan University, to get in your schools and see what's going on. And I think it would be great if the state board was given an opportunity to come down and actually visit Camden
love that.
City School District and
Absolutely.
actually see all the great things that are going on with the children within your schools. Like I said, I'm down there, so I'm in and out all the time, gone to a couple of the high school basketball games. And so I get a close-up view of what is going on beyond just what we see on test scores. And I always said to my staff that, we're not a production factor. We can't put kids on a production line and expect them to come out like we do widgets, right? It's a developmental process, it's growth over time. If I expected all my kindergarten students to be the same height, the same weight, at the end of kindergarten, I would have unrealistic expectations. And so I think when we frame what it is, the lens that we're looking at things through, and how that we can look at more than just one piece of data. It's really important to have that global perspective. So I would look forward to having us come down collectively to see all the good things that are happening in action.
We would love to arrange that visit.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we can continue. Okay. Oh, we have another. I'm sorry.
On the next slide. Question on the next slide.
Right.
Okay.
In the next slide, it demonstrates some of the schools that have experienced more accelerated increases. And I'm assuming that this is over the last 2 years, so since 2022.
Yes.
So schools like Morgan Village, grade 7,
Yes.
experience an increase of 18% for ELA. And there is some success on the math side as well with Cooper's Point, 10% increase, and Dudley grade 5, 21% increase.
Yes.
How do we accelerate those increases and really using, what I imagine to be best practices within those schools to share those best practices, which you're probably already doing. But how do we take those examples and really try to apply them across the district to accelerate learning, to accelerate these trends?
Thank you, Board Member Aponte. I thank you for that question because we are doing just that. So beginning with last year's NJSLA results, we looked at those schools that were showing great gains and also those grade levels to see what was happening with specific grade levels and specific content areas to see what we could replicate. And so we have content leads for math and ELA who work under our curriculum and instruction team, and they have been supporting teachers through professional development and replicating those practices through our school leader professional development. We've also had school leaders who have shown significant gains to share their best practices. What is it that they are doing? And so some of the things that we're finding is just promoting a love for literacy in ways that engage families. I mean, there's no rocket science, but consistently engaging families, making sure that families feel welcome in our schools, inviting them in as partners in education. Those leaders who lead through that lens and the lenses that I share are those schools that we see the greatest gains. Also, I want to just make sure that it's clear when we take a look at some of the data and look at our teacher vacancy rates and kind of see the intersection there. Some grade levels have had consistent teachers, or some schools have been able to retain their staff and consistently not have to deal with a lot of breaks or a lot of retirements and resignations. We know that number is on the rise, but some of our leaders have been doing a great job in retaining. So our Chief Talent Officer has also, and that's at the end of the presentation, worked on not only what can we do to recruit to fill vacancies, but how do we retain? And so those great things that are happening, we have been doubling down on those. We have a kudos board on our district website now where we can give positive shout outs. We provide the opportunity for staff member, principals to be able to provide breakfast and special incentives for our teaching staff just to make them feel special. As well as we just recently received through our CEA president, our local union president, Dr. Benson, a very detailed analysis of why teachers are choosing to stay in the district and why they're choosing to leave. And about 80% of teachers want to stay, and gave some things that would help us to keep them. So we're getting real answers on the ground from our teachers through our union so that we can retain, because I think that is also a big driver. As we look across schools to see why certain schools or grade levels are performing well. But it's all of that in combination. I wish I could isolate one factor. It would make my life easier, but it's just, it's a little of this and that, and our team works diligently to really help to make sure we find the key levers so that we can push.
I just had a question. So like at Davis School, with
Davis,
the
yeah.
increase in math in
Mhm.
grade 3 and ELA with grade 5, and there's significant increases.
Yes.
So are you replicating perhaps and working with the team there to help the other teams in the other schools in those grade bands?
Yes, absolutely, through our professional learning communities. So twice a month, our teachers come together for 2 hours after the end of the school day in mixed groups, and they're able to engage in those best
That
practices.
should help rise.
Mhm. And our school leader PLCs as well. So teacher PLCs, school leader PLCs, and just shining a light on what's positive. Okay. And so the next slide just shows, and I kind of talked about this a little, so I won't go into detail, but again, our focused approach to intervention strategies to intentionally accelerate learning. So here you'll see the 4 core areas that we as a district focus on in order to improve, and that's data analysis, instructional leadership, climate and culture, teaching and learning. And we don't do this in isolation. We work with the department. We work with our local education institutions, our higher education institutions, to really make sure that we are bringing in the best strategies in order to move our district forward. The next slide is also very important because as we take a look at the impact of the pandemic, what we found in our district is that, and many districts I'm sure were similar, that many of our middle school students, so back to that middle school population, were disengaged, right? And those students who were approaching middle school during the pandemic were disengaged. So we are so very pleased with this initiative that came as a result of our Assemblyman, Bill Spearman from the 5th Legislative District, along with the Department of Education and STEM NOLA, an entity out of New Orleans, to help us to put together a program that helps our middle school students who are behind, so who may have, fallen behind based on truancy, based on academics, for whatever reason, to give them a second chance, just to give them a second chance to catch up. And so this past September, the district implemented Innovator Academy at Morgan Village Middle School in partnership with NOLA to create and develop an evidence-based and proven program to accelerate learning in overaged middle school students. The Innovator Academy program is designed to support at-risk middle school students by providing an engaging projects-based learning model. So we transform the whole classroom. So the seats are different. It's more engaging. The projects are exciting. And so through this projects-based learning approach in collaboration with NOLA, starting with this year, we began with a cohort of 20 students, and they were identified due to their overaged and undercredited status. And we're happy to report that last month, 17 of those students were able to move up from 7th grade to 8th grade within the same school year, putting them closer to being on track to graduating with their cohort. So we are looking to expand this model. We have identified approximately 80 students who are in this category district-wide, where they are 2 to 3 grade levels behind. And we hope to expand this to 80 students next year, so that we, again, keep students on track, so that they graduate on time with their cohort. And as you can see from the picture, families have been re-engaged, thanking us for a second chance. Our mayor, assemblyman, it's a whole effort to make sure that these young people don't fall any further through the cracks. Next slide. Next slide. And so we also want to highlight that at Brim Medical Arts High School, we are one of only a handful of districts in our region that offers a Mandarin language class, and the only student in the city of Camden. So there are over 40 students enrolled in Mandarin language classes this year, and our plan is to add an AP Chinese class to the curricular offerings for next school year, and eventually expand the class to all other high schools and begin again at middle school and elementary school, introducing students to components of Mandarin Chinese. We're grateful for our partnership with the University of Pennsylvania as well. And again, this is another way to ensure that we are attracting students from across the city who are interested in this area. It will help boost our enrollment
So
further.
it starts in the high school.
Right now it's starting in the high school, and we want to be able to kind of build back so that we're exposing a little bit earlier in middle school.
Right.
So that by the time they get
Because
to high
the
school.
earlier a student is learning languages, the better they are at
Early
replicating
childhood.
sounds. So
Absolutely. If we can get it way down there, that'd be absolutely
that'd be great.
amazing. Yes. And so again, I talked about student engagement, and I think at the heart of much of the data that we look at and we've been talking about, student engagement is very critical in order to align, and we want to focus our efforts to increase engagement. So we have on the next slide, this school year, we've taken a renewed focus on how we can improve our school's climate and culture in ways that promote peace and community while ensuring our students have the support they need to be successful, and not just academically, but socially and emotionally. So since August, we have been developing our district-wide approach to enhancing school climate and culture, which we have named Cultivating Invincibility. And again, the theme for the city of Camden on the side of City Hall, I believe Walt Whitman once wrote, "I dreamed a city invincible." So that's what we use for Camden, but we want to cultivate invincibility in our young people. So this approach integrates restorative justice, progressive discipline, and the New Jersey tiered systems of support to help foster learning environments that are positive, engaging, and safe. To date, school and district staff from all areas, climate and culture, school leadership, teaching staff, school security, and even myself have received training in these approaches that center the importance of relationships and the growth and development of our young people. And we're already seeing that this is helping with our engagement and attendance. Yes. And speaking of attendance, on the next slide, attend today, achieve tomorrow. So as part of our efforts to re-engage students, we implemented the Attend Today, Achieve Tomorrow attendance campaign. We started the school year strong, and just the purpose of the program is to make sure that everyone in a child's life knows how valuable and important it is for attendance. We have been able to get our attendance rate from a low of 75% average daily attendance during the pandemic to now we're close to 90%, at 89 point something, but close to 90% attendance, average daily attendance, but we're still focusing in on chronic absenteeism in some pockets of our community. So again, if students are in school, then they can benefit, and then we can see those numbers grow as well when we talk about achievement. Next slide.
Can you just talk about
Of
the
course.
chronic absenteeism?
Absolutely.
What plan do you have in place to get kids into school?
Yes, absolutely. So we have already started by implementing, so our attendance officers go door to door, and we have new leadership over our attendance officers this year because we saw that we had to do things in a more innovative way in order to make sure our families were connected with the resources necessary for their students to be in school every day. So we work with the Center for Family Services, which is an organization that provides social work and support in our attendance tracking. We have, again, as I said, our attendance officers going door to door. And we also have partnered with the city to form a citywide truancy reduction working group to identify the causes of chronic absenteeism and provide families with the supports that they need. So So working on all of these areas, we have been able to see our chronic absenteeism rate decline. We need to get it, though, at a rate where it is on par with the state. So our chronic absentee numbers are hovering in the areas of 35%. Now, during the pandemic, we were as high as 60%. But again, we're moving back in the right direction. But these networks will help us to not do it in isolation and to hopefully be able to solidify our efforts so we can sustain some of the improvements that we're making. You're welcome. Next slide. And so exciting. Our high school students are very excited about the citywide FAFSA challenge beginning last school year. The Camden Education Fund and the City of Camden launched the first FAFSA challenge. And that was a citywide competition across the district, Renaissance, and charter high schools. The challenge awarded the public high school with the highest percentage of seniors to complete the FAFSA $25,000. And we're excited to say that Big Picture Learning Academy, which is a district school, actually won. So that was actually wonderful. But it helped all students, all families, all parents to get involved and excited about FAFSA. This year, Camden will compete with Newark for the highest total FAFSA completion rate citywide. So we're looking forward to that. The mayors, as you can see there, have been dueling it out for bragging rights. We want to take that trophy home to Camden. No offense to anyone. I forgot where I am, my apologies. But we want to make sure that all of our students are lifted, right, across all of our urban districts where we find those challenges. So this is a healthy competition. And next slide, if our students are not eating healthy foods, then they're not going to be able to realize their full academic learning potential. So you can eat without learning, but you cannot learn without eating, which was coined by our school nutrition program leader. And so we have built a program that's focused on the student and the family. We've got lots of philanthropic partnerships and community support. And with those, our school nutrition team is cultivating homegrown agriculture and culinary talent using New Jersey fresh produce in our school meals while growing a healthy community. We also have students who are being paid to be a part of, they're actually called nutrition ambassadors. And so they work and support our school nutrition program, like our chef, Sharon Reynolds, a 10th grader who attends Camden Big Picture Learning Academy. He shares his talent by increasing breakfast participation and bridging the gap between school and community. And he does it in so many different ways, but specifically by preparing made-to-order omelets for his peers every morning before school and during our Saturday brunch programs with our community. And so our school garden program is also led by Dewey Dixon, an 8th grade student, and Zaire Kendrick, a 9th grade student, and Jameer Reddick, an 11th grade student, who will be spotlighted in the South Jersey Magazine March 2024 edition. So our CCSD student ambassadors and Camden Youth Advisory Council met with acting New Jersey Secretary of Agriculture and others at the New Jersey Food Conference this past winter, and we're working together advocating for their peers to make sure we have more community farmers markets in our schools, and our community has benefited from it. Next slide.
Is it
Oh,
listed
yeah.
here? I'm sorry, what percentage of your students are in free and reduced lunch?
Oh, thank you for that question, Board President. So we, all of our students, 100% of our students are eligible for breakfast, lunch, snack, and dinner in our district. So they're able to benefit and have those Saturday brunches and just, so food, the food desert that exists, we're just working collaboratively to combat that as well. Next slide. And so we know that if students don't begin to love reading at early ages and stages, this is another slide that speaks for itself, so I don't have to say a whole lot. But on February 20th, we launched our Scholastic Read, Engage, Excel, Achieve, and Lead partnership, which is a literacy-based mentorship program designed to support community members in mentoring students through interactive read-alouds and book discussions. Our goal this year is to have a total of 200 registered volunteer mentors, and we are halfway there. We had 100 on our first day, and we're adding more and more. So again, you can see it. A picture is worth 1,000 words, but we are so pleased that our fire chief and so many others came by and are helping us to foster a love for literacy in our young people at very early ages. And the final section, staffing and recruitment, which we talked a little bit about, so I don't have to say too much, but it is important to note. And, you know, as we look at the teacher shortages that are everywhere, in response to those shortages, the district must and has been charged to continually recruit throughout the year to fill vacant teacher positions. And so again, you'll see on this slide, part of those ongoing recruitment efforts, the district has developed innovative strategies and partnerships to establish a new teacher recruitment pipeline to recruit qualified applicants, including the New Jersey Center for Teaching and Learning and the Rowan University MOCA program. We are also strengthening our partnerships and recruitment pipelines with Rutgers University and historically Black colleges and universities. And this next slide shows one of those examples of innovation. So one of our more innovative recruitment strategies is our partnership with Camden U to recruit staff members without the necessary educational credentials who desire to become teachers. So to grow our own, so our paraprofessionals who may not have all of the credits, supporting them so that they are able to move into teaching. And so here you see one example of a teacher. He was a paraprofessional, Mr. Travis Elliott. He began at Cooper's Point as a para, and now he's a full-time certified middle school science teacher. So that's in a high needs area. So we are continuing to work with Camden U in order to expand those types of opportunities. Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You may want to add Kane University to your list because they do have a teaching program. And I believe Vice President Mulvihill, your hand is up.
Certainly will add.
Yes, if I may. Katrina, your presentation has been off the charts wonderful. You seem like you really care. You seem all over all these various programs. The lists are just incredible of everything that you're doing. And I just can't understand why you're not having more success. So I'm actually going to turn this question to the commissioner. Commissioner, what kind of guidance can you give Katrina with, I mean, what she's doing is incredible and her enthusiasm's great, her staff's great, the presentation's phenomenal, but we're just not getting the results that we need. I mean, the results is horrible. It's really tough. And it's not from a lack of trying. And I know the circumstances have been really, really difficult. But if, you know, only 10% of the kids can pass the standardized reading test in third grade, it's really not good. And the future is going to be really rough for those kids. What kind of guidance or direction can you give Katrina? I know you probably interact with her all the time since you started a couple days ago, but what kind of guidance can you give her and support so that she can have success? Because if there's anyone that deserves success, it's her. I mean, phenomenal what she's doing.
So thank you, Vice President. It's a wonderful question. And I think, so not only are we pulling together materials through websites and things like best practices, but this is a learning experience for all of us. None of us have gone through a worldwide pandemic and tried to bounce back. So these programs that she is outlining to you are learning experiences for all of us. What is working here? There's a feedback loop that comes from this. And so this is something that's happening in Camden, but it's happening statewide, it's happening nationally. And so this is a continuous process where we are learning from our colleagues everywhere to learn what we can do better, how we can. So when we look at a couple of percentage points growth year to year, how do we bump that? How do we triple that? How do we make it 6? How do we make it 10? How do we replicate what's going on in those other schools? And that's the conversation that's happening in real time right now. And so I'm turning this around a little bit. It's not about always what guidance I can provide to Camden, but it's also what I can learn from Camden so that we can talk to other school districts and try to replicate positive results elsewhere. So there is a lot to learn. This is a mesh system, and an awful lot of collaboration needs to happen right quick so that we can get students back on track, particularly early literacy and things like this that really matter. And I just one personal anecdote. I talked to a teacher who was talking to me about my new role. I'm an 8th grade math teacher. My students can't read the math problems that are in front of them. That's a problem that we need to address early on and not lose focus after 3rd grade, that you still need to be able to read in 8th grade and 9th grade and 10th grade, et cetera. So this is something that is going to take, it's an all hands on deck type situation.
If I could ask a question about the teaching and trying to get enough teachers into the classrooms, what percentage now are you not with full-time
Sure.
teachers?
So we hover between a 7% and a 9% teacher vacancy rate. Yeah, we hover, but yes, that's what we are. So we're we can be as high as 9 and as low as 7 we've been. So there's been a lot of work that's gone into the recruitment strategies and trying to think outside of the box. It's also, what are we doing to retain those teachers that we have, which is so important.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so,
Please, Past President Aponte.
Just to follow up on Vice President Mulvihill's comments and questions. One certain way that could be helpful to Camden is additional resources. So, Commissioner, I know that the governor has been generous with public education in his budget. So if there is a possibility to steer some of those additional dollars towards the programs in Camden that have proven to work or address other needs in Camden, then I think, certainly you could benefit from more resources. If not in your head, though.
yeah,
You would
absolutely.
agree with me.
I do. Yes, that would be very beneficial. Again, it's to just sustain and also accelerate, to Commissioner Damer's point. We got to rapidly accelerate those things that are working, and that doesn't come without resources.
Yeah, thank you. And we're trying the high impact tutoring
Yes.
in one school.
Mhm.
Let's figure out what works in this and try to replicate that elsewhere. So I think these grant programs are beneficial in that way too. So we know where and how to spend money going forward in the most effective way.
Absolutely agree. And the last slide, I think I spoke to it already. So again, recruitment is critical. So we have established within the Camden School District, Camden Connecting, working diligently to retain staff currently employed in the district, to reduce the burden on recruitment during a national teacher shortage. So this is a program that's a permanent initiative designed to deepen staff connection and investment in the district. And as part of the initiative, the district has made available funds twice a year for district-wide employee recognition events in all locations. And they're not expensive, but they help teachers feel cared for and valued. Some of the initiatives included schools hosting light breakfast and lunch for staff. These events help staff engagement and improve the climate and culture of our buildings. The district also launched the district intranet to ease accessibility of information for staff, as well as Kudos Board, which is an online bulletin board of messages, birthday and anniversary greetings, and other staff interactions. We do continue to focus on employee mental health, which is critical. And so we do that through our partnership with ComPsych to advertise the mental health resources available to staff members and their families. And then finally, based on
Is that also because it's big CompStat? Is that what you call it?
ComPsych, no, we have a separate set of supports for our students. This ComPsych is for staff members and their families. Yes. So we do have a very robust school-based youth services program, as well as other supports through our partnership with Center for Family Services. We are really able to meet the needs of our students social emotionally and their mental health needs in a separate bucket. And so, again, as I shared before, based on a survey recently administered by our local teachers union, over 80% of respondents stated they enjoy working at the district, which is positive. So now we just have to make sure that we continue to move in the right direction with retention. And so that concludes our plan presentation. And I thank you for the questions that were asked, but if there are any other questions that I can address at this time, or Dr. Smith, we definitely don't mind.
Fatima,
Yeah, it's more of a comment, than a question. So one, I'll just start with thank you. I think this presentation has been really great and thorough. It is clear that not only that you have a vision for where you want, Camden to go, but that you also take huge responsibility and accountability around what are the things that y'all are looking at to measure progress. I agree with my fellow colleague, Dr. Johnson, in that, yes, the student achievement scores matter. Like that is what what we do this for, to ensure that our kids get a quality education. And we can't dismiss the fact of where your starting point was. Like I remember, right? Like I've been in education 20 years. I remember 10 years ago. I remember 5 years ago. And so again, I love the fact you're like, it's not an excuse, but the things that you are putting in place, like I'm a sports person, right? It's like you stack wins, right? You just got to stack the wins. It's like progress over perfection. And although the numbers aren't looking, if you look at the sheer numbers, that's nowhere near where we want our kids to be. But I feel like the sets of things that you are putting in place, there's a level of excellence and precision on the things that you are sort of looking at that I just want to commend you on. And sometimes just having folks say like, you're looking at the right things, you're pointing in the right direction, it just gives some wind to your back. And so I just wanted to say that publicly because the numbers tell part of the story, and it's not where we want folks to go, but there's just a way in which you have brought us through the depth of this, all the things that is telling me there's a level of excellence by which you're trying to lead, that I really appreciate. And if I'm a parent and I'm hearing this and experiencing this, and as Dr. Johnson said, you go into schools and see something different, you'll see these things playing out. It has you just appreciate the nuance of this and be hopeful that 5 years from now, when you're opening up this school, that we're also looking at scores that are representative of what we've learned and how the wins that you've stacked have actually led to real results for kids. So just thank you and continue to do the work, all of y'all.
Thank
working.
you.
Right.
Thank you so much.
And if I can add to Fatima about, sorry, having students want to come and the students who aren't there to encourage them by going to their doors and, getting them to come back. Cause that's, once they're in the classroom, that's amazing. And so I commend you on that especially.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President Goldenberger.
I am impressed with the job that you're doing. There should be more people like you in the state of New Jersey. There's nobody, you're the best, as far as I'm concerned. I respect you. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Bernard. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you.
Wonderful work. Wonderful work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this space.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna move on to the next item. And today I request the State Board consider a ceremonial resolution designating March as Gifted and Talented Students Month in New Jersey. On January 13th, 2020, Governor Murphy signed the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act, which codifies school district responsibilities in educating gifted and twice exceptional students. Since the law was enacted, an advisory committee was formed. This committee consists of educators, parents, and gifted education experts who collaborate with the department on how to best implement the law within New Jersey schools. Additionally, the Office of Supplemental Education Programs has conducted technical assistance sessions to help address key areas within gifted education by educators and school administrators. New Jersey's educators were required to reinforce their gifted and talented education accommodations during extraordinary circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Their continued commitment to pave the way forward to address the academic needs of gifted and twice exceptional students is to be commended. During the month of March, I would like to acknowledge the substantial influence of gifted and talented students and educators within the state. I proudly encourage the recommendation to recognize March as Gifted and Talented Students Month. I'll turn over to the president.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Damer. May I please say that I have a motion, and before we read the resolution, may I please have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you very much, Board Member Board Member Pena. And may I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bernard. I appreciate it. I would like to please now ask State Board Member Ms. Mary Bennett to read the resolution in recognition of our gifted and talented students within the state of New Jersey.
Madam President, it's my pleasure to do so. Resolution in recognition of Gifted and Talented Students Month in New Jersey. Whereas the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act was signed into law on January 13th, 2020. And whereas shortly thereafter, the New Jersey Department of Education established the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Advisory Committee, consisting of 5 subcommittees to address law implementation, identification, programming, the intersectionality of cognitive and affective needs, and professional development to best identify and serve the needs of gifted students. And whereas the New Jersey Department of Education collaborates with the advisory committee, various New Jersey education organizations, and gifted and talented education experts from across the country to provide technical assistance to educators on how to best support gifted and talented and twice exceptional students. And whereas it is the work of these collaborative efforts that support statewide and local education agencies' efforts in meeting the needs of gifted and twice exceptional students, so they are provided the opportunity to fulfill their academic potential. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Jersey State Board of Education and the Acting Commissioner of Education recognize the month of March as Gifted and Talented Students Month in New Jersey and honor the gifted and talented students of New Jersey, as well as their parents, teachers, and school leaders who are working to ensure that students have the resources and opportunities they need to succeed.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor and a second. Are there any discussions, comments, or questions from the board? Hearing none.
Yep.
Oh,
Just
sir.
If I can, again, as I stated previously, I'm all in favor and supportive of gifted and talented programs, and certainly 100% supportive of students and teachers. I am still concerned that the percentage of Black and Latino students in gifted and talented programs are far short as compared to their population within the schools, the public school system. So we need to address this issue moving forward because again, we could have the best programs in New Jersey and gifted and talented, but if they're only limited access to those programs, because students who are identified for their programs are not identified by or Black and Hispanic students are not identified to participate in these programs, and that's a problem in the state. And so I think we really need to address that moving forward.
Thank you. And I know you've brought that up many times, so we will keep doing so. Thank you. All right. So all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Any abstentions at this time? The motion carries. Thank you. And I believe we have Jennifer Madsen, Vice President of Advocacy in New Jersey, here to speak. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Thank you.
I'll be very brief.
No.
Everybody's probably hungry for lunch, but on behalf of the New Jersey Association for Gifted Children, I would like to thank the State Board and the Department of Education, along with the New Jersey State Legislature and Governor Murphy. Since passing the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act in 2020, which was kind of a very rough time to roll that out, we have made significant strides. But to address Dr. Apunti's comment, yes, we have a lot of work to do. We finally got to see some of the initial data that came out as part of the reporting, as part of the law, and we have some significant excellence gaps in the state of New Jersey and across the country. There are strategies out there. We have been there's a ton of research on it. We kind of know what to do now to close those excellence gaps. We just need to get that information into the school districts, support them with professional training to make that happen.
Is there an active program right now in the state? By the way, I'm not a doctor, just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like that.
That's you.
Don't have a doctor. But are there active programs in the state to address this issue of inequities in terms of placements for, again, for
Well-
Latino and Black students in the state and gifted and talented programs?
There is the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Advisory Committee. I'm one of the co-chairs on the identification part, which is kind of where the inequities kind of seem to begin. There's been a lot of change at the department, so it seems like once we kind of get up and running, there's like a big lag. So we're hoping, we've been trying to start new monthly meetings. There's a new director and get the committee kind of back up and running. But I personally have reached out to national experts. They've come to the Department of Ed. We've done presentations. I've created documents to be shared out to school districts. And we're just kind of hoping the department will do some more. And our main focus from the New Jersey Association for Gifted Children, as well as the National Association for Gifted Children, is on equity and access.
I'd be curious to know when your next committee meeting is. So if you can share the committee meeting schedule with us, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think our next meeting is in April. We didn't have one this month. I think with the new change in leadership, it's kind of postponed.
Thank you. I believe Board Member Pena has a comment or question.
I just, more of a comment. I definitely understand that there are gaps and that, we do have to improve, but are there pockets of excellence? I'm just thinking of my own district, which is, I don't know, sometimes I feel like we're 100% Hispanic. We're probably hovering like at 97%. And we have a Blue Ribbon School Gifted and Talented program. So I can tell you, we're doing it right in my town. So, that might be one place to start to look to see what we're doing, because I can tell you, we have a lot of very diverse students and they are all participating in the Gifted and Talented program.
Yeah, absolutely. And even watching the presentation on Camden, I'm sitting there the whole time. That we're missing. We don't even know they're there. They are often the kids who have checked out. They are, they're beyond the standards for grade level, and we're missing those children. And there are some wonderful school districts making great progress. My local district, the high school, Red Bank Regional, is really kind of addressing these issues head on. It's a diverse school, so it's really there are like some really exemplar schools, and we're working to try to get more schools. And again, I can't stress this enough. We need professional development of our teachers. There's really very little, and there's no certification in New Jersey. There's very little training that goes into, I know when I took education courses, there was one chapter, 1 week, and one special education class on gifted and talented. So we definitely, and like I said, there is incredible research happening on the national level to address, with strategies that we could start implementing tomorrow. And it's not a heavy lift. We just need to kind of get the word out and train people how to do this the right way.
Do you happen to have numbers on our twice exceptional population of gifted and talented students?
I don't have those numbers. I can look at the data that we have. That's a personal passion area of mine. I'm the mother of a twice exceptional student. That's how I started advocating. I was actually here 6 years ago talking to you. And you said, get it legislated. We did. So it is something I'm really passionate about. I will get you the numbers. And I think we are, again, making significant progress. People are starting to understand that you can have a learning disability like ADHD or on the spectrum and also be highly gifted. And you need to address both needs.
Any other questions from the board members at this time or comments? Thank you so much. We need to give you. Would you like to explain this?
Thank you so much. And thank you for what you're doing. Thank you. I brought my son here. He's going to start tearing up now. Would you mind taking a picture real quick? Someone to my son. You mind that? Like, this is what I do this. Oh, you want to see school day, huh?
I'm an intro person, so I.
Oh, no, sorry, just.
Like all of the language. Got it.
On the hold out on the Androids. No, you're not. Okay, me too.
Like 20.
Thank you. Should be good on that. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Send us the data. We would. I will see it. It took us a long time to do that. So please share it with, yeah, send it to the state board. I will. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now I'd like to move on and request that the state board consider a ceremonial resolution designating May 8th as the New Jersey Social and Emotional Learning Day. Social and emotional learning is the process through which people acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, as well as achieve personal and collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and finally, make responsible and caring decisions. New Jersey has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to embedding social and emotional learning in New Jersey schools, starting in preschool through grade 12. Beginning with the adoption of New Jersey's social emotional learning competencies and subcompetencies by the state board in 2017, continued support, training, and resources have been made available to schools to advance development of these skills at a time when they are needed most. Social and emotional learning is not simply another topic for inclusion and instruction. It is a cornerstone learning experience that is foundational building block for growth and development in all content areas. Moreover, it is to be embedded within schools' culture as it has the power to inform the way schools facilitate learning and teaching for students and educators. Growing and developing one's social and emotional learning skills supports the development of positive relationships, the ability to make constructive choices and cope with challenges, conditions that promote mental health and wellness, and the development of resiliency skills as well. Today, we recognize our educators for all their efforts to foster social and emotional learning. We're pleased to join the State Board of Education in celebrating social and emotional learning by recognizing March 8th, 2024 as SEL Day in New Jersey through this resolution. Turn it over to the president.
Thank you, sir. So may I please have a motion before we read the resolution? Thank you. And may I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fatima. And I'd like to please ask State Board Member Fatima Burnham Watkins to read the resolution in recognition of Social and Emotional Learning Day within New Jersey.
My pleasure. Resolution in recognition of Social and Emotional Day in New Jersey. Whereas the second Friday in March has been designated internationally as the 5th annual Social Emotional Learning SEL Day by SEL for Us and the Urban Assembly, and whereas social and emotional learning is the process through which all young people and adults understand and manage emotions, set and achieve personal and collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. And whereas SEL competencies develop throughout people's lives from early childhood through adolescence and throughout adulthood, and are essential to success in schools, workplaces, homes, and communities. And whereas SEL develops important protective factors that defend against mental health risks by promoting responsive relationships, emotionally safe environments, and skill development. And whereas research indicates developing students' social emotional skills lead to an increased ability to manage stress and depression and maintain better attitudes about themselves, others, and school. And whereas building SEL skills such as self-regulation, positive relationships, and problem solving is an essential component to cultivating trauma-informed learning environments, which can help mitigate the impact of trauma, as well as promote protective factors for students to support them in their academic success. And whereas a stronger and fairer New Jersey that continually moves forward relies on citizens who exhibit the knowledge and skills encompassed in New Jersey's SEL competencies and sub-competencies, which include self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, responsible decision-making, and relationship skills. And whereas schools, families, and the wider community must be engaged to enhance the strength, depth, and pace of acquisition of SEL competencies. And whereas the New Jersey State Board of Education and the Acting Commissioner of Education continue to recommend school districts implement the New Jersey social and emotional learning competencies to promote safe, supportive, and rigorous learning environments in schools. And whereas the SEL competencies enhance educators' capacities to navigate stressors, foster positive learning environments, and develop meaningful connections with colleagues and students. And whereas SEL advances school, family, community partnerships to establish learning environments and experiences that feature trusting, caring, and collaborative relationships, meaningful instruction, and reflective evaluation. And whereas SEL can be incorporated into different subject matters and seamlessly embedded throughout everyday instruction. Now, therefore, be resolved that the New Jersey State Board of Education and the Acting Commissioner of Education hereby recognize March 8th, 2024 as Social Emotional Learning Day in New Jersey.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor and we have a second. Any discussion or questions at this time? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we have with us Betsy Ginsburg, who is the advisory board member of SEL 4NJ and the executive director of Garden State Coalition of Schools. To accept the resolution today, Betsy has been a fierce advocate for students for over 25 years that I'm aware of. She has also been the board president for over 20 years in her community of Glen Ridge and a board member for 2 or 3 more years beyond that. So it is an honor to have you here, Betsy. And I would like to ask you to say a few words in behalf of SEL for New Jersey.
It is a privilege to be here among so many friends and from the Department of Education and on the state board to speak on behalf of my other friends, the leadership team of SEL 4NJ. I am just the messenger here. The really important people like Maurice Elias, Liz Warner, Bill Trusheim are busy doing SEL Day and SEL Week activities. But what we want to say about SEL, which was so eloquently stated in the proclamation, is that SEL is not an add-on to education. It is integral to academic excellence. Students need to be receptive to receive learning. As we saw from the presentation on Camden, the nurturing of our students, the instruction in self-regulation, in collaborative decision-making, all of that makes learning possible. And my friends at SEL 4NJ have been doing that for many years now, and with greater and greater success. And SEL Day, which we are celebrating today, is an opportunity for school districts and individual schools all over New Jersey to show what they are doing in terms of SEL. And the activities are so varied and run the gamut of all the academic and non-academic subjects. And so I urge you, there's a go to SEL4NJ's website that will give you links to all of the various activities for SEL Day. It will also provide information about the year-round work of SEL4NJ, SEL4US, and what our educators are doing every day, particularly in this post-COVID environment where we know our students and our faculties have been through so much trauma. SEL is the lifeblood of recovery post-COVID. And so in celebrating it, we are celebrating that lifeblood. We are celebrating every bit of growth that our students are making in terms of their social emotional health, which leads to growth in their academic health. So thank you to the State Board for that proclamation. And thank you to the department for its ongoing support of SEL, particularly Kathy Ealing and my friend Kelly Allen, who has been a constant and reassuring presence on all of our SEL calls. SEL4NJ couldn't do this work without the department. So thank you to the department. Thank you to the board. Thank you to all.
Okay, you coming?
Oh, and I should say that I am here because of former State Board President Mark Biedron, who first recruited me to SEL4 New York. And I think he would be proud to see how much SEL has grown in the state. Thank you.
Just to mention, I had the pleasure of working with Mark as a board member, and I would completely agree with you. He would be so proud to know how the SEL program has grown in the state. So I will just want to reiterate what you just mentioned, that Mark would certainly be proud.
If I could, Kathy, this is Ron. I'm listening to those two comments about Mark. Mark was a great board member. He was a great board president. He was an exceptional advocate for public education. It was my pleasure to have worked with him over the years, and my pleasure to have become a very close friend of his. And I just want to reiterate and support what was just said about him. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Butcher.
And by the way, I couldn't agree more. Past President Biedron was amazing, and we'll leave it at that. So moving on to our items for consideration. The first one is appointments, and we do have two of them today that I'm presenting for your consideration. The first is Laura Console, who I'm nominating for the position of Chief of Staff, and she will report to me as the acting commissioner. The second nominee is Keisha Golding Cooper as the Director for the Office of Recruitment, Preparation, and Certification, reporting to the Assistant Commissioner in the Division of Field Support and Services. I'll turn it over to you for discussion.
Thank you. So we had the pleasure, and I'm sorry, executive took a little longer than we meant for it to, but we had the pleasure of meeting with both of the applicants. I would like to please ask for a motion to accept both of them at this time. Motion from Board Member Pena. May I please have a second?
Second.
I think Mary Berry was the first to raise her hand on that. And now, is there any discussion, questions?
I have a question.
Okay, please, you have the floor.
A technical question, Commissioner. Do we need to approve the Chief of Staff? I thought that was a commissioner's authority.
So I have the opportunity to appoint. However, the office, the box on the org chart that this board approves includes the Chief of Staff. So because of that, in order for Laura to transition from acting to a confirmed Chief of Staff, it requires a vote of this board.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
you want to do the vote together for both, correct? Yes. Okay. So, hearing no more questions or comments, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously, and congratulations. Could we get you to say a few words, both of you? Introduce yourself to the public. Thank you.
Well, I had good morning, but I will say good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Goldenberg, Vice President Mulvihill, members of the State Board of Education, and Acting Commissioner Damer. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to serve as the Director of Office of Recruitment, Preparation, and Certification. As a child of immigrants, a product of the New Jersey public education system, both K-12 and post-secondary, as well as a 25-year New Jersey public school educator, I am extremely humbled at this opportunity. During my 25-year career, I've had the pleasure of working with children and families in the capacity of teacher, counselor, working with some of our most challenging families, high school assistant principal, and district level administrator as a director of school counseling in several districts. As director, this role will enable me to continue what I set out to do upon graduating from Seton Hall University in 1997, supporting and advocating students in New Jersey. I look forward to working with all of you, my colleagues at the department, to fulfill its mission of supporting schools, educators, and districts to ensure our 1.4 million students have equitable access to high quality education and achieve academic excellence. Thank you.
I probably should have gone first because I didn't do prepared remarks. So President Goldenberg, Vice President Mulvihill, members of the State Board, and of course, Acting Commissioner Damer, thank you so much for entrusting me with this opportunity. We talked earlier this morning. I've been around in state service. I feel like I was raised in state service. And so I feel like it's very much a part of the fabric of my being. And I see so many friends out here, and I can't wait to work with all of you in this new capacity. I just want to make everybody proud. I want to make the governor proud. I want to make the state board proud. Of course, I want to make Commissioner Damer proud. I am also a product of New Jersey's public school system, and I'm the daughter of public educators. And of course, I want to make my parents proud. And I'm also a mother. So I do all of this in service of my little girl and all the children out there. So as the commissioner said, I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work. Thank you.
Congratulations, and let's roll up our sleeves and move to agenda item B, which is certification of school districts. Since the December board meeting, the executive county superintendents have finalized 8 NJQSAC evaluations for districts. I recommend one of those for districts for certification. Dr. Irving, Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Field Support and Services, and Ms. Spates, NJQSAC Coordinator, are here to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And good morning, everyone. This morning, we have one district to present to you for certification, and that is in Bergen County Palisades Park School District, who's completed their full review. We await any questions that you may have.
Board members, any questions?
Of course, just a comment because we can't move on without recognizing that we only have one district that passed QSEC. We had a great presentation today. Camden spent a lot of time saying, looking, reflecting back on where they are. They're doing such great work. I think we heard the term, we got to roll up our sleeves, got to get this instructional programming part up to par. We should not be sitting here and looking at only one district that made the QSEC scores. We need to make sure that educational programming is top priority. Get the high stakes tutoring piece in place. And certainly I know the hard work that goes into it we listen to the hard work that Camden's doing, but it needs to be repeated until the pendulum changes and we're sitting here and seeing all of our districts being able to, certainly if at no other level, the instructional programming piece be at least at the 80%. So I felt the need to comment that we are working hard. We have a lot more work to do. Got to work harder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor
We
of
need a
accepting,
resolution first.
I'm sorry,
I don't think you have a resolution up yet. Did you put a motion on the floor?
It's that proposal though.
Yes,
it's a motion. Is
Yeah.
there a motion to accept this?
so
Thank
moved.
you very much, Board Member Bennett. May I have a second? Thank you very much, Jeanette Pena. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
And we're moving on to the next agenda item. And today I present at proposal level, the readoption with amendments of Chapter 12, the Interdistrict Public School Choice Program. This chapter establishes the rules for the Interdistrict Public School Choice Program. The rules include the eligibility and criteria for a school district and a student to participate in the choice program, the application process for a district board of education interested in applying to become a choice district, the rules governing the admission of choice students, student transportation, and choice program funding. Dr. Irving, Assistant Commissioner, and Ms. Bloom, the Executive Director of Field Support and Services, are here to present the summary and proposal to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone, again. Today I present to you at proposal level, Chapter 12. As a reminder, this chapter sets forth the applicable definitions, rules, and responsibilities of school districts that participate in the school choice program, as well as the rules and responsibilities of the resident or sending districts of whom those students leave to participate in the actual choice school district they will attend. Since second discussion, the department has received only 2 comments, not requiring any changes. The proposed amendments are to streamline language for clarity, update the chapter to account for the unfunded choice program to align with section PL 23 C61, codify the process requiring of choice districts operating the choice program, and provide detail on the steps of the student application process, and codify the requirements of the department to review and approve of a sending district seeking to limit their student participation in an actual choice program. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're the best. As you all see here, we are now at the proposal level for this month. And I want to just share the slide with you all really quickly. Last month, we were asked how many students were on the wait list. And through the commissioner, in an effort to be responsive, the left-hand chart, left-hand slide shows the total number and percentage of waitlisted applicants. According to the 2023 district survey, the total demand for choice seats exceeded supply, clearly, though it varies by choice district. There were 2.4 times as many applicants as there were available seats. The chart to your right is showing the percentage of choice districts and their corresponding waitlist numbers. For example, 60% of choice districts have no wait list for applicants. And I want to be clear, this is self-reported data. This is data that we receive from the choice districts who participate in our program. So at this point in time, we are at proposal level. If there are any final questions, we will take them. And if not, thank you, board members, for engaging with us in this process and having this conversation over the last few months.
Can you remind me, is it 160 something choice districts in the state? How many?
You remember that?
There's 119, I believe.
119, not 116.
No,
Okay.
If we're wrong, we'll get back to you, but
it's 100.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Any other questions or, at this time?
Has there ever been just a survey that did go out recently on if they had a choice, if a school district had a choice to be a school district, a choice school district, whether they would want to be? Just another piece of information, like, have we ever asked school districts?
No.
You're not a choice district. Would you want to be?
We have not, because the funding is flat, so there would be no opportunity for them to enter into the program.
And I understand that, and that I think is why I'm really asking the question. Funding's flat. We're not adding anyone else. It's been this way for a long time, but it would be interesting. And another reason why to maybe open the conversation of adding more choice districts, if we knew whether districts who aren't choice districts would even be interested in it. Do they see value in it? I'd love to see that kind of information, because maybe it'd be worth going to the legislature and saying, you know what, a lot of people are saying we could be really great at one particular area, bring in other kids. It's just maybe another way to rethink what we're doing and make it better. So I'd love to see a study like that go out. Simple question. Would you want to be a choice district?
Commissioner?
Sure. So I love the idea. And practically speaking, we're balancing survey fatigue. So what I'm thinking is this might be one that we could include as an additional component with something else we're going out with. But I appreciate the question, and it's frankly something that I don't think we've asked directly for quite some time. So I think it's in terms of re-upping and refreshing our understanding of the program and the interest in it. I think that's a really, really valuable suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hearing no more questions, I'd like to ask for a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Fatima. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Jack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. And now we'll go on to item D.
Item D. Thank you. So let me start. Today, we're presenting the proposal for readoption of Chapter 23A, Fiscal Accountability, Efficiency, and Budgeting Procedures, subchapters 16 through 22. These subchapters provide for fiscal accountability, accounting, record keeping, tuition calculations for public schools, and approved private schools for students with disabilities, residency determinations, and financial operations of the charter schools. So I'll pause here to say that this is, since coming into this role, something that I've heard kind of, I think most vocally from all areas of the education community, be it schools, parents, approved private schools for students with disabilities, legislators, you name it. We've heard from all folks in our space. I see several familiar faces in the audience here, and I imagine this is the item they came for. And I bring this up because this was an intense discussion. I know last month, most of the comments that we received were on subchapter 18, which is a subcomponent of this package that we're moving forward today. So I want to say to all of you, we've heard you, and we did some self-reflection and looking into this. And I think we've come to a similar conclusion that many of those commenters had, which is that the best course forward right now is to adopt subchapter 18 as it reads, as a straight readoption, as we would say in our parlance, and move forward in that way. The rest of these subchapters, however, had minor technical changes and amendments. We have not received comment or concern in those areas. So we would like to move forward in updating those and getting those up to speed with modern terminology and things of that nature. So only subchapter 18 of this package is a straight readoption. But I want all of you to know that all the parents and everyone else that has committed their time, students as well, that have committed their time to providing us comments That is important for us to hear, and we have heard you, and that's why we have revised this proposal in that manner. So that's what's on the table. I want to also go back. We're talking, there's two pieces to this. Subchapters 1 through 15 are what are called commissioner regulations. They don't come before the state board. And we are on track to move those in the same publication, the same register as these. The state board process takes a little bit longer, as you all know. So that's why these are split a little bit, because those are commissioner regulations, which follow a different procedure. So joining at the table is Ms. Ona, Assistant Commissioner, and Ms. Schultz, the Executive Director of Finance, and they can help answer any questions you might have on what we just discussed.
Just to clarify, you mentioned this is fully readopting in its existing language, chapter 18.
That's correct.
Okay.
So only subchapter 18, the rest of it will be moving forward with the amendments as proposed.
And I'd like to add also that the policy committee met many times with the Department of Ed, and the policy committee was in favor of the last decision to do so for the board members who aren't on policy. Okay. So any questions at this time? Hearing none, I would like to ask for a proposal, please, to accept this as laid out. Thank you, Mary Bennett, and a second from past President Aponte. Any other questions before we move forward? Any other discussion?
Just point out, we've heard some passionate testimony when Dr. Bennett and myself participated at least in one room. And I'm just glad to hear that this decision was just going to be adopted chapter as is.
Thank you. The subchapter.
Subchapter.
What? Me?
Oh, okay.
So.
I'm in between two microphones.
So, thank you. What he said is that, in the room that he was in to hear, public testimony, he's happy that the changes were made to fulfill what was being said to the board. And I can say the same because I've been with both, Mary Bennett 2 months ago in a room, and with, Jeanette Pena in a room, and I think even the month before that. And it was very clear to me about the opinions that were being laid out to us that needed to be looked more closely. So I agree. So we have a motion and we have a second. And I'd like to go ahead and ask for all those in favor to please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And are there any abstentions at this time? Hearing none, it passes wholeheartedly. So thank you. Thank you for this.
Thank you. And we're going to move on to item E, the religious holidays calendar resolution. In accordance with state statute and regulation, I present for discussion the list of religious holidays permitting student absence from school for the 2024-2025 school year. Included in the resolution is a disclaimer stating that some dates may vary due to differences in the lunar, Gregorian, and Julian calendars. Once the resolution is adopted, the list of religious holidays will be distributed to districts and charter schools and will be posted on the department's website. Joining again is Dr. Irving from Field Support and Services, here to explain the requirement for this resolution and respond to any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to be back. So today, our division is presenting the list of religious holidays permitting students absence from a school for a particular religious reason. Just to be clear, this exists within NJSA 18A 3614 through 16. This requires the Department of Education to list religious holidays and established by resolution, and is annually adopted by the state board. The list of religious holidays requires districts to excuse students for religious observances upon written request of a student's parent or guardian. Each year, that list is furnished to the state board for you all to approve. In any given year, there may be additions that we put. This year, though, we do not have any addition for the 2024-2025 school year calendar. The adoption is planned for the May board meeting. In between there will be an opportunity for public comments as well. And so I will take any questions if any members of the state board have any for me this afternoon.
I just had no idea there were that many holidays. It pleases me that we are such a holiday happy state.
We are New Jersey and extremely inclusive. And in the interest of doing so, we do everything we can to make sure parents and families have the opportunity to have the religious services that they need.
That they deserve, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and we appreciate it. I don't hear any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So,
My last one, I promise.
is there any new business that the board would like to bring up? No, it's not a vote.
Nope.
It's coming back before us in April and then again, and we'll vote in May. It's okay. So hearing no new business call, may I please ask for, and I want to congratulate Mr. Damer on his first meeting. Woo! All right. May I please ask for a motion to adjourn? Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a great March.